And they're off in the Tuesday opener. There goes Trivia for the lead. The gray, ouch, that hurt. To her inside, now assumes command. Rushing up is Princess Sonia. Along the rail, Super Slide. Then Maravilloso's in the mix. The two trailers are reiterating Strange Fruit, but they're just 4 or 5 lengths from a contested early pace that now goes to Princess Sonia. Princess Sonia has a 2-length lead. Ouch, that hurt, trying to keep pace through a 22-2. Pretty sharp opening quarter there. Ouch, that hurt, surrounded by Reiterate to the outside, who's moved up, and Super Slide, who's under a drive at the rail. Then we come back to Maravilloso, Trivia, and Strange Fruit at the back. Princess Sonia's built a 3.5-length lead as she makes her way to the quarter pole. It's all Princess Sonia. Reiterate in a drive. Ouch, that hurt, trying to re-rally through a half and 45-4. They come off the turn and into the stretch, and Princess Sonia's trying to finish the job here. She has Ouch, that hurt to her outside. The gray's bearing right down at her. Jeremiah Flores goes to work on Ouch, that hurt. Princess Sonia pleading for less than 1/8 of a mile. Here's Ouch, that hurt. 16th pole. Ouch, that hurt grabbed the lead. Reiterate down the center. Ouch, that hurt. Got the lead away from Princess Sonia. Then Reiterate coming to the line. Ouch, that hurt. 3/4 of a length. It's even. Race 2 comes up next. First pick 3 of the day kicks off in the second. You can scratch the number 4 Reunion Tour. Race 2, scratch the 4. And they're off. From the outside, 30 Oysters at the rail. That's Take the Edge. Splitting Rivals is Drinking Solo, and Nemo's Fortune. It allows over the cap to trail, already 7 from the front. 30 Oysters wins the race into the first turn and has a 1.5-length lead, now 2. Take the Edge along the inside, then Drinking Solo, Nemo's Fortune, 3 wide into that turn as over the cap watches it all, 8 lengths from the top. 30 Oysters, opening quarter, sensible, 25 and 1/5 second. He's got a 2.5-length lead over Take the Edge. Nemo's Fortune just to that horse's outside. Moving up 3 deep is Drinking Solo, who moved to the outside here with Cabacoa. And over the cap is still content to trail. 30 Oysters, easy as can be on the front end of 49 4/2 as they head to the turn. Take the Edge moving up along the rail in second. Drinking Solo just went ahead of Nemo's Fortune, who's trying to battle on from between. And now over the cap starts to rouse from the back, but he has a lot of work to do. 10 from the leader. It's been 30 Oysters since Jump Street. 30 Oysters by 5. Then Take the Edge and Drinking Solo over the cap. Nemo's Fortunes called it a day. 3/4 went and won 14-3. The field went past the quarter pole. 30 Oysters, strides starting to shorten a bit. Can Take the Edge or Drinking Solo or over the cap, who is so far behind, reel him in the last 1/8 of a mile. 30 Oysters, Carlos Camillo goes to work. He responds. The lead's back up to 5. Take the Edge trying to hold second, over and on coming over the cap. But as they come down to the line about 60 yards from home, 30 Oysters to come flag fall to that's all. The place battle was won by over the cap. Overtake the Edge. Drinking Solo rounded out the Super, and 148.2. Race 3 comes up next. It starts today's pick 6. No carryover in the pick 6. Here are the changes for the remaining races. And they're off. From between, Nurse Bunny goes to the lead. Far outside, Grab the Glory. And at the rail, it's Rosebud Ride. Then we come back to Spike's Dance, who has Till There Was You just to her inside. Along the rail, she's a Bernardini 5 from the front, and the trailer is Champagne Surprise, who's already all the way out in the middle of the track. Before the opening quarter, Grab the Glory grabs the lead. 22-4, quick one. Nurse Bunny a 1.5 back in second as Rosebud Rides under a drive, just moved into second. A 3 deep Spike's Dance trying to move up from 4th. She's a Bernardini backpedals as Champagne Surprise begins to rally down the center. The trailers Till There Was You. They're approaching the quarter pole. Grab the Glory, bracing for Nurse Bunny at a big price. Nurse Bunny and Grab the Glory, 47-1. Rosebud Ride looking to really upset the apple cart as the field turns for home. Off the turn and into the stretch. Down the center, here comes Champagne Surprise. She's been mustering a rally and sustaining it, and she just took the lead away from Nurse Bunny. They're coming to the 16th pole, and drawing away here is Champagne Surprise. Late rally from Spike's Dance, but it's too late, not enough. Champagne Surprise by 2.5. 37. 10 cent Super, 3642. $30.45. And they're off. A little bit of a stutter step beginning for the three. It's Our Destiny. The first, their big advantage, and Andre Warrior, like a shot, open up a 3-length lead in the blink of an eye. It's all big advantage in front. Last Best Laugh is back in second, now 4.5 from the lead. Dark Princess, the favorite, moves up into third. Back and forth is Playing with Dolls. Mia Nipotini is already a dozen from the front, and it's well back to It's Our Destiny after that beginning. 22 and 4. A wicked opening quarter for the firster. Big advantage, who maintains a 3.5 length lead. Dark Princess cuts right into that margin midway on the far turn. Keeps on getting closer and closer, now just a length behind. From the back, Mia Nipotina is joined by Playing with Dolls as the gray Last Best Laugh pedals through a 47.5. Off the turn into the stretch, Dark Princess swooped to the lead. Went by, big advantage, who tries to battle on in her debut. It's Dark Princess taking the lead and now drawing away from big advantage. Here comes Mia Nipotina and Playing with Dolls, trying to get some minor spoils. But to the 16th pole, it's all the favorite. Dark Princess on the ship from here back to Laurel. She won it by 8. Dead tight. Three of them across the line. Looked like big advantage held off. 837.20. 50-cent try, 586, 24 bucks. 10-cent super, 5867, $5.82. 50-cent pick 3, 635, 2787. 50-cent console pick 3, 631. And they're off. There goes Happy Instead, the favorite, to the lead. Last Drink rushes up. The gray is in second, now has the lead away from Happy Instead. McCaw's outside. Free Folk is inside. We drop back to the duo of Gograd King Kali. Connect the Brox. Can see them all. 7.5 from the front. Last Drink wins the early battle. Got a half length on Happy Instead. McCaw 3 deep as Free Folk rides the rails in fourth through a 23-second opening quarter. Fifth is King Kali. He's a half a dozen from the front. A length and a half more to go. Grad and nothing yet. From Connect the Brox, the midway on the far turn. Chasing Last Drink. Last Drink, he's 9-1 and trying to take him gate to wire. Now the favorite, Happy Instead, engages, and Happy Instead goes by. Happy Instead, just like that. Put a half length on Last Drink through a half and 46 and 4 off the turn into the stretch. Happy Instead. Luis Perez shakes the reins and he responds, shows him the left-handed stick, and Happy Instead's 3 in front. Here comes Free Folk from the back. King Kali and Connect the Brox is coming wide but very late, and they're about 50 jumps from the line. Happy Instead reports home an easy 4-5 winner by 4. Then it was $1.65. Pick 3, 355, 23.62. Console pick 3, 315, $7.50. Race 6 and the gate. And they're off. There goes Alpha Sunny and Jake's Orchard. Alpha Sunny wins the battle under the line the first time and opens up a length and a half. Jake's Orchard is second. The gray, Still a Soldier, the favorite's third, just 2 from the front and floated wide on that first turn. Saving ground is Find a Name, who is shadowed to his outside by Dr. Darby. Along the rail is Destined for Glory. Then we come back to Mobot, and Vegano's there as well as they head up the backstretch. It's a loose lead for Alpha Sunny. Alpha Sunny, Jake's Orchard second. Still a Soldier moves up, then Find a Name. Vegano's fourth, just moved into fourth. Back in sixth is Destined for Glory. The two at the back of the pack are Mobot and Dr. Darby, 48 and 3. An ambitious half set here by Alpha Sunny. Here comes Still a Soldier after him as Jake's Orchard comes under a ride. Vegano starting to rev up. He has 6 or 7 to make up. He's about to move into third as the field makes their way along the turn. Alpha Sunny and Stephen Frett trying to steal it. Still a Soldier trying to put a stop to that right now. And he just took the lead away from Alpha Sunny. 113 and 4. Still a Soldier. Raylu took a peek back. He sees Vegano coming. Vegano, the main danger right now, it appears, to the favorite. Still a Soldier, who comes off the turn and into the stretch with a 2-length lead. Alpha Sunny tries to battle on. Vegano keeps coming down the center, but past the 8th pole, Still a Soldier marches on and opens up a 4, now 5-length lead. Vegano, second best today to Still a Soldier, who waltzed home by 5. Then Vegano, Alpha Sunny, Jake's Orchard was along for 4th and 1 for 5. $4.65. Race 7's up next. Final pick 3 of the day kicks off in the 7th. Scratch the 7, my kind of mischief. They're in the gate. And they're off. Refused to lose. The favorite was off a beat slow. There goes World Bank to the lead. On the far outside, PA Advantage is there, and now the first Hypnotic Flare moves up into third. Fourth is Diva de Oro, has 2 lengths on Refuse to Lose, who's getting in gear now, just 7 from the front. Barbara Spirit has 1 horse beaten. It's Mary Union Avenue. Hypnotic Flare and PA Advantage take over through a 23-second flat opening quarter as the field makes their way to the far turn. One-time leader World Bank's back in third. Here comes Refuse to Lose. Luis Perez has the favorite in gear. She's less than 4 lengths from the lead. Gap of 5.5, 6 to Diva de Oro. Then Barbara Spirit and Mary Union Avenue trails. Past the quarter pole through a half and 47. Hypnotic Flare still there. PA Advantage between. The favorite Refuse to Lose keeps on chugging along outside. Trying to get to the debuting Hypnotic Flare. She just did. It's Refuse to Lose. Hypnotic Flare not going down without a fight, but they come to the 16th pole. And Refuse to Lose starting to overwhelm Hypnotic Flare. Refuse to Lose did just that and won it by 2.5. Then it was Hypnotic Flare got $2 double 5.8, $5.20. $2 exactly 8.5, $7.80. 50-cent try 8.56, $10.60, and the dime super 8.562, $10. And they're off. Both Chem Major and Miss Pab were off slowly. From the outside, there's Who Asked You now. Fast Fran challenges and takes over. Fast Fran a length. Who Asked You's back in second. Violent Vixen already 4 lengths from the lead in third. Then In Traffic and Sweet Shallots and the tardy duo of Miss Pab and Chem Major are at the back of the pack. They go to the first quarter in a quick 22 and almost 4. Fast Fran leads them 2 lengths. Who Asked You under a drive. The favorite Violent Vixen trying to swing into action with a 3-wide bid. Sweet Shallots, a lot closer today than usual, rides the rails in fourth. In Traffic's under a ride. Here comes Miss Pab from the back, nothing from Chem Major. They go the half in 46 and 1. Who Asked You took over from Fast Fran. Sweet Shallots trying to maneuver to the outside. In the meantime, Violent Vixen with dead aim on Who Asked You. Violent Vixen coming to Who Asked You. Who Asked You trying to hold off. Violent Vixen, 16th pole coming up. And Violent Vixen just grabbed the lead away from Who Asked You. Violent Vixen strides out and wins it by 3.5. Then it was Who Asked You. Chem Majors, 20 cents. $2 exacta, 7.8, 17 even. 50-cent try, 7.84, 15.62. 10-cent super, 7. And they're off in the finale. Spoofy shows first. There goes the speedy 5 aces. Onofrio, Dalton Brown's hustling him already. To the inside is the duo of U-Butte and Classical. They're joined by BC Glory Days. Don Antonio's in the mix. Trailer is Bet the Palace, but he's already gaining ground. He's just 9 or 10 from the lead. 5 aces holds the lead. BC Glory Days on the chase through an opening quarter in 22 and 4. They're all scrubbing along here. Spoofy with a 3-wide move. U-Butte was just passed by him. Then we come back to Classical and Don Antonio and Bet the Palace. And way back is Onofrio. Off the turn, to the quarter pole rather, in a half. That went in 46 and 3. 5 aces pounded by BC Glory Days. Spoofy in the purple caps in the offing, coming now with a rally as the field makes their way to the 8th pole. 5 aces just found another gear. There was one up his sleeve, and 5 aces is 5 in front. The battle will be for second. U-Butte's re-rallying down the center. Far outside, it's Don Antonio, but it was all 5 aces in the finale. He won it by 4. Then it was 60. Ladies and gentlemen, to honor America, please stand for our national anthem. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm your track announcer and handicapper, the Big A Anthony Stabile, welcoming you to a Wednesday here in Farmington. That pesky rain doesn't want to go away. We are still sloppy, unfortunately. More rain overnight. Temperature's trying to get to 50 degrees today. Sun trying to fight through those clouds like a real boxer. Main track is sloppy. No carryover in the pick six. They hit it again yesterday. Good job, you guys. Here are the changes for the 8 race car. Don't forget special 115 post each and every Wednesday here in October. A couple more weeks of the 115 Wednesdays. In the first, early double and early pick 4, starting race number 1. Scratch the 2, Retail Man. Race number 1, scratch the 2, Retail Man. It starts the early double and the early pick 4. Race number 2, first pick 3 of the day starts in race 2. And there are no changes. Race 3 starts that $1 pick 6, no carryover today. Overweight for the 1A Road to Power, 1 pound over. 1 pound overweight on the 1A Road to Power. And a rider change for the 4, 1 with everything, to Dalton Brown. Dalton Brown rides the 4, 1 with everything, in race 3, the start of the $1 pick 6. Race 4 kicks off today's 50-cent pick 5. There are no changes in the 4th. And race 5 starts our 50-cent pick 4, the late one. And there are no changes in race number 5. If you turn to race 6, that kicks off the final pick 3 of the afternoon. We have a scratch. In race 6, scratch the 7, HB Plaisance. Race 6, scratch the 7, HB Plaisance. Race 7 kicks off today's late double. And there are no changes in race 7. And in race number 8, today's finale, you can scratch the 7, Jen's Kiss. Race 8, scratch the 7, Jen's Kiss. And a rider change for the 8, Lady Eloise, to J.M. Rohina. J.M. Rohina rides the number 8, Lady Eloise, in race number 8. Sloppy track, temperature in the upper 40s. Got a little bit of a breeze that's shifting throughout the day as the sun tries to fight its way through the clouds. If you need free past performances, head over to fingerlakesgaming.com. They're there each and every racing day, courtesy of Equibase. Again, pick 4s in races 1 and 5. The pick 5 starts in race number 4. Post time for the opener, each and every Wednesday in October, is 1:15. Enjoy your day here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack.
And welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm Dave Mattice. Well, I got a different title now, race analyst. Okay, I had to introduce myself. Man, the immaturity around here is getting ridiculous. Anyway, we got 8 races on today's card, and we do continue live racing Monday and Wednesday. Remember, 1:15 for the month of October every Wednesday. 1 o'clock on Monday and Tuesday. I got to remember it. A tough enough time waking up this morning with this dreary weather. Man, it's been raining all week. We are still left with a sloppy racetrack. Looking outside, yeah, sun is peeking out, so maybe there's light over the horizon, and we could get some nice weather for the rest of the week. I did want to mention Monday because we got a lot going on Monday, and we got 3 stakes races, including, I think it's the richest race of the year. It's pretty close with the New York Derby. I think it's a couple $1,000s more. It's the New York Breeders' Futurity. It does always carry a rich purse, and we get some really, really nice 2-year-olds for that race. A couple turf races, or sorry, a couple horses coming off a turf. Sorry, turf. We're off the turf because of the wet weather. A couple horses coming off the turf for the Futurity that ran in the Grade 3 Futurity in New York. Both of them are going to be the 2 favorites. You got Maker's Candy coming back for one of those route stakes. Remember, that horse ran second to Allure of Money way back in the New York Derby. And Sweet Brown Sugar is going to try to race against the older horses going a route. Man, that horse looked good last time. First time against older, drawn away from the field. So those 3 stakes races, you got 4 claiming series concluding with that day on Monday. Remember, you got the Wise Awake, Unhinged Iron, you got the 2 sprints, and the 2 marathon routes. They're going a long way in those route races. Purses for those, at least $25,000 in a few of them. We did have some favorites yesterday. Very formful card yesterday. Pretty easy card. Sometimes you need those days, and sloppy racetrack again. We'll see how it plays too, because we're getting late in the week. Maybe the track will start drying out a little bit as well. All right, first race. Oh, did I mention the $2 hot dogs on Monday to enjoy that card with? First race, an allowance race, never won 3 condition, going 5.5 furlongs. We scratch the 2 retail man. Yeah, this one was a tough one. I'm going to put up a pick 4 ticket, and I think you could go with a few of these in here. I didn't really think McDonough played. I thought the rest of the field did. I thought it was very competitive. You look at the numbers between Courageous Ola, Pop Coyer, who's finally coming off a win. This isn't a much tougher field than the field Pop Coyer just beat. Enticing Prospect probably finally ran his race last time. And Union Navy, despite dropping to a claimer last time, if the pace does back up, that horse has a big chance. So you can't fault the horse for running well in the claimer. Horses running well in allowance horses too. I did think the horse that had the tactical edge is the 5, Courageous Ola. I don't think McDonough is as fast as Courageous Ola. So if this horse breaks well, it is his race to lose on the front end. Now, he's been stopping a little bit the last couple races, and that's concerning. It is only 5.5 furlongs, though, and the horse that beat him last time was Dorothy's Happiness, which would be a heavy, heavy favorite against these. So Courageous Ola, going to go with this one on top. Enticing Prospect coming off a victory against the 2 Lifetime. Not a big step up here, moving to the next condition to the 3 Lifetime. So I'm going to go with the 5, 6, and 4 in race number 1. Second race is a 5,000 maiden claimer going a distance of 1.70 miles. Yeah, I got a horse dropping significantly in class. I mean, I got a couple of them. I mean, Slow Down, Big Andy coming in here, takes a big drop from $30,000 maidens. The horse that's been running here is an interesting one. Talking about St. Bones. St. Bones ran a really good second place finish, and they bet this horse back in July. Set the pace and just got beat by a pretty good one in Ali Can Dance. That one's been running against allowance horses, so that was a good effort. I don't know what happened with St. Bones since that race. He's had two poor efforts since then, double-digit losses. I mean, it seems like Destiny and Lifetime Guarantee, the two of them seem to lay over the field. You look at the margin to the third place horse. It was double digits. So it's not like this horse was that far behind the third horse against maiden special weights. You got to look at it like that. And that was a tougher field, much tougher last time, and plus it was off a couple months. This is the time of year you're starting to see these drop downs, and you got to gauge, well, are they dropping for a reason, or are they dropping, are they still good enough to beat the bottom level maidens? And I think St. Bones is. It is a little concerning, the form the last couple starts, though. On Cloud Wine, the morning line favorite, deservingly one of the players in here. This one has run in the top three against the 5,000 since dropping in the last couple starts. And Curlin's Hustle, the one that won, was best. So on Cloud Wine, coming off the number, that number is probably good enough to put this horse right there. Any step forward, he's going to be tough. And this is a race that, there isn't a lot of speed in here. I thought the one, St. Bones, would be the one to go to the front end, but on Cloud Wine won't be that far off of St. Bones that if that one doesn't have it, with the form showing the way it is, maybe on Cloud Wine was the one to have the best shot to chase that one down. Slow Down, Big Andy. That's a funny name, but you gotta kind of respect the horse on the drop. I mean, this horse is pretty well bred. It's out of a dam by Friendly Lover. Tried the turf at Saratoga, and then the next couple dirt starts haven't been that good. I mean, this horse has not hit the board in 5 career starts. So this is some serious class relief dropping to 5, and seems to be much needed class relief because he's not competitive in those 30,000 maiden claimers. But it's a big difference. When you're dropping in for 5, you will be more competitive, and this one obviously deserves a look. Even though the form is bad, the breeding's good, and he's just over his head. This horse just maybe isn't as good as the 30,000 maidens in New York. It's that simple. None of these horses in here are. Tyrannosaurus Rex is another interesting one. Tyrannosaurus Rex has had chances, is 0 for 22, but a lot of those chances have been against tougher competition. Dropped to 5 for a few starts, and always fired. And it's not like this horse is getting beat that badly by these $5,000 maidens. Actually stepped up in class last time to 11 and 9s, and finished off the board. Consistent number, though. I mean, this horse is always right there, runs the numbers of the rest of this field, but I think he's more of an underneath type in this spot. I'm going to go with the 1, 5, 3, and 6. Probably going to spread in the first 2. I did go with a single in the third. A little concerned about the pace with this single, and I hate to single $5,000 maiden claimers, but this one starts the pick 6, a $1 pick 6. The pace is a little concerning. I think Sharpoon may show some more speed today, and that one gets the front end in this race, but I think Mike Ferraro holds the cards in race number 3. He's got 2 for the price of 1. And it's not like either one of them is going to be that far behind Sharpoon early if Sharpoon goes to the front. Now, Sharpoon last time didn't really show the same kind of speed coming out of the route that he had shown earlier in the year. So you wonder if Sharpoon is going to be aggressive here and go to the front end. But playing it big showed some speed last time, but you want to say that. It was a paceless field, held the rail. Really no excuse for playing it big. I think he just got beat by a better horse more than anything. Bottomless Refill has turned out to be a pretty good one in the $5,000 conditions. But that number's probably good enough to beat these. And he can keep up with Sharpoon early. I don't know if he's as fast as Sharpoon, but when it counts, I think he could chase him down. Road to Power is going to have a lot of work to do. This one's cutting back in distance and doesn't have anything for early speed in a race that doesn't have a lot of speed. But that's why I kind of think that maybe playing it big's got the better chance. But then again, Road to Power is running against tougher competition in those special weights. So he's going to have to make up the ground. You got Playing It Big, who's going to be the one that's close up to Sharpoon. So entry looks tough in here. They may even run 1-2 if Sharpoon stops on the front end. Sharpoon and Support the Cat seem to be the two that have the best shot to beat the entry. Again, Support the Cat is another one that's had a lot of chances, 30 starts in his career, but against tougher. Ran against the fives last time and just got beat by Spoofy, who came back to run pretty decently yesterday. I mean, that horse ran third from an outside post against winners yesterday. So the race isn't that bad that Support the Cat comes out of. And keep in mind, he's been running against special weights, 11 and 9s. So this is only the second start for 5,000 for Support the Cat. But I thought Sharpoon could get the lead. I mean, you look at that Spoofy race, it was Support the Cat that was aggressive, which was smart, and Sharpoon that was trying to sit just off the pace. Well, as it turns out, October 2nd was a really good day for Front Speed. I mean, Front Speed was winning just about every race that day. We've had a couple strong speed bias days. If you're taking notes, I believe it's September 23rd, the day we had the stakes races, and October 2nd were the 2 days that Front Speed was really good. So it was good tactics by Support the Cat. So there's a positive negative to that. Maybe why I kind of lean towards Sharpoon for second. But I'm going to go with the old 1, 2, 3 to start off the pick 6. All right, fourth race starts the pick 5. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double offered in here. It's my old adage. When it looks too good to be true, it usually does, but man, how do you go against this horse? I mean, I do like Unicorn Cake too. I would use both of them if I'm playing, at least both of them to play the pick 4, maybe even the H. James Bond horse, the outside horse Queen's Masterpiece. But, you know, you look at Ringy Dingy. This horse has been going against graded stakes competition. I know they're restricted 3-year-olds, but that's graded stakes competition. Then tried a pretty tough open allowance at Saratoga on September 1st. Has a bullet work at Saratoga since the last race. I mean, logic tells you that this horse should beat this field. I mean, this is an allowance race, a $26,000 allowance race. So here's a horse that's running against $300,000 graded stakes competition. Yeah, I can't go against this horse on paper. I mean, she's really tough. I don't blame anybody for taking a shot against, as the old adage, when she looks too good to be true, usually is. Katie Davis arrives. She's been riding the horse. Ringy Dingy, really tough to go against in race number 4. I guess one of the questions might be the distance. Maybe 6 furlongs. She hasn't gone before, but she did win going 6.5. Unicorn Cake, I mean, she looked pretty impressive when she won back in August. I mean, you talk about a horse that was much the best. This horse exploded up the inside and drew away from that field. And it was a pretty decent field that she beat. Now, last time mentioned, September 23rd. Got beat by the track. It was a strong speed bias. Star's Delight was lone speed with a couple scratches and got away on the front end on the strong speed bias. So, going to use Unicorn Cake for second. Queen's Masterpiece. Can you make the case that maybe she needs, I mean, a lot of lines between races for this horse. I mean, she was from May to August. Did she need that race? But now another mini layoff from August till mid-November. You know, it's tough to gauge what this horse is doing. I mean, too much time between races. I don't know, but the horse is hitting the board against tougher competition. I mean, you look at the horses in this race. This is a 3 lifetime allowance for fillies and mares here at Finger Lakes. You got a horse that's in a graded stakes. You got a horse that's in a really tough allowance races in New York. And then Unicorn Cake, who looks solid. Man, You look at some of these other ones like Jackson Avenue and Shelley. If they're good 3 lifetime allowance horses, they probably enter the race and like, well, we're sitting on a good race. We'll hit the board and, wow, man, look who entered this race. Kind of how it is sometimes. But if that horse was running in graded stakes runs, the race is going to be tough. That's simple. 5th race starts the late pick 4 exacta try super and daily double offered in here. It's an 11-9 maiden claimer, going 5.5 furlongs. This race is a question of pace, and Saratoga Weekend appears to be the speed in a race that doesn't have any speed. I mean, Strategy for You would be the other one, is showing more route speed. Maybe that one still has enough sprint speed. Although Strategy for You, it's a big question mark is whether this horse can even handle the dirt. Maybe the off dirt would be able to, but his best form is all the artificial form at Presque Isle Downs. Maybe the horse is improving. Maybe that's why he's running better. But I thought Saratoga Weekend, on the slight drop in class, might be the speed from the outside. I mean, you look at the rest of this field. Nobody's got any real good speed other than the route speed of Strategy for You. So I thought Saratoga Weekend will at least make the front line in here. I mean, he's doing the old thing where he blow him out going long and cut him back in distance. And that's basically what happened. I mean, this horse just went to the front, got pressed, and faded. Is he still good enough to win against maiden claimers? Well, if he has a tactical edge, I think he is. But American Day looks like the main threat. Again, this one has absolutely no sprint speed in a race that doesn't have any pace. And that's what American Day is up against. And you go back, the last time this horse ran a sprint on the dirt was on an off track in New Jersey and closed ground to be 4th in that race. American Day I'm going to use for 2nd. I just don't see the pace for this horse to win going 5.5 furlongs, but class-wise, he's better than the rest of this field. You'd like him a little better in a route. You'd even like him a little better at 6 furlongs because of the lack of pace, but maybe he is just much the best, and he'll run him down. But you got to keep an eye on how this track is playing, too. Again, with no rain, you may have a track that might start drying out. I know we're still at Sloppy. Man, the rain all night. Rain. That's the last few days. I think it's supposed to be nice the next few days. We'll see. Montauk Surf also drops a notch in class. His best race was against special weights. Ran 3rd against the Delaware boys. Only a few lengths beat by that rival at 6 furlongs. Another one. He doesn't have much for early speed, and it's a paceless race. 6.34 for me in the 5th. All right, 6th race, scratch the 7, HB Plaisance. Yeah, this is a good 2-year-old maiden race. I was impressed by Wingo Star. I know the time wasn't that good. And, this one and probably Flattery come out of the same race, won by Brink, where Brink basically got the jump on him. I mean, probably Flattery was in another zip code. That one was rolling late. Wingo Star was an interesting one, had really nice works going into that race, working with his stablemate, Honorable Becky, who was so impressive against the girls. But Wingo Star, if you watch the race, he got off not that quick and then kind of jostled back to last, I want to say, because he really took a while to get his footing, and he had too much to do, and still closed to be 2nd. Of course, probably Flattery was flying late too, but I would think Wingo Star, off of those such good works going into that race with a better start today, can beat this field. Plus, the horse is out of a dam by Broken Vow. So the off track, the more off, probably the better for Wingo Star. Got a few of those horses named after celebrities there. Was it Destin Hoffman? I think Chris Progno had a couple of them. Cast a Coin, I'm going to use for 2nd. Morning line favorite at 9-5. Started off in a good race. I mean, if you go back to this horse's debut, ran a solid 2nd behind King's Leap. I think King's Leap came back and ran 3rd in the stakes race. The Aspirin Stakes, I want to say. Well, Brink, the horse that was third, came back to win. Isn't a lot of speed showing in this race, so Cast a Coin, if he breaks, could get out there and might be tough to catch at 5.5. And you can forgive the last race because it was the Aspirant Stakes. I mean, they're thinking a little too highly of the horse, but it's not like he ran that bad. He kept his number that he had in the maiden race, which might be good enough to beat this field. You got to take 9-5 on him, though. Probably flattery. I mean, the thing is, if you liked Wingo Star, this one was flying late, too. I mean, coming from the clouds and made up a lot of ground in the stretch. I know the speed was stopping as Brink with more of a stocky trip went by, and then these two, Wingo Star and probably Flattery, were absolutely flying late. But you got to wonder if this horse is a little sharper, it gets out of the gate sharp in his second start, maybe he'll be within range to get the victory. Another interesting one, and of course you got to like the name, One More Rep. One More Rep out of Pretty Cozy, who won the Susan B. Anthony Stakes here. If you remember Pretty Cozy, that was a while back. Just shows how long I've been here. This one also out of a Dam by Broken Vow, kind of like Wingo Star, making the first career start. The half, Cozy Spring was stakes place. That one out of Pretty Cozy as well. So watch the board on the first time starter as well, because it certainly has the breeding to run with these as well. And the barrel horses, we had the good maiden that ran good yesterday. The horse was second starter though. All right, seventh race will start the last double of the day. Slow down. What do we got? 8 today. Remember, 9-race card on Monday with all that the festivities. Say that's best card of the season here at Finger Lakes. Call it the Claiming Racing Championships. It's the finals of all those claiming series. There was the Unhinged Iron, the Wise Awake. North Warning was the big router. I think they're going like 1.75 miles. That should be a lot of fun, actually, watching these claiming horses go along. I don't know if any of the track records are going to be in jeopardy, but you got a couple good ones in those claiming series races. Yeah, then you got 3 stakes races. Man, that's going to be a lot of good action on Monday. Probably eat my lunch too with the $2 hot dogs. All right, 11-9, Claimer never won 4 condition. This one goes 1.70 miles. Does Brother Jeremiah deserve another chance here? Got run down by Don't Poke the Cat. I mean, one of the question marks you have with Brother Jeremiah, does this horse want to win? That's his biggest issue, because if you watch him, he doesn't get tired that race. I mean, Jackie made a move to the front. No excuse. I mean, the horse ran well. Perfect trip. Don't Poke the Cat comes flying, passes him, and it's almost like Brother Jeremiah kept running with him after he passed him. So, that's the question mark of does the horse want to win? And this is a field he should beat at the 11-9 level. And it might come down to the trip. Obviously, Jackie's going to be on him again, learn the horse, so maybe he can still beat these 11-9s today. He's supposed to. He's better than these horses overall. But again, just because the horse is the best horse in the race and better than the field doesn't mean he's going to win, because sometimes they do look for competition in the late stages or just don't go by that last horse. Mad Magic is the main threat. He dropped to the 11-9 last time and turned out to be a victory. Mad Magic, this horse, question is going to be the off track, and it looks like the answer is yes, that this horse likes an off track. He's got 4 starts on it, a win and 2 seconds. Can he beat Brother Jeremiah? He looks like the one, if Brother Jeremiah is looking for competition, and he's probably the main threat as far as winning the race if Brother Jeremiah doesn't. It's that simple. I did use a big long shot for third, and the big question mark for this horse is the dirt. Man, you look at the breeding on Gliding a Fleet. I mean, great turf breeding, I should say. This is a $350,000 yearling. Has 4 wins, 2 on the turf, 2 on the synthetic. Why does this horse cost $350,000? The dam is a half to Wise Dan, who's made $7.5 million, multiple Grade 1 winner. the breeding is definitely there for gliding a fleet. Got a race over the track last time, and maybe could improve off of that race over the track and get into the number. I mean, he's 15 to 1. Maybe you just got to get acclimated to the dirt. He's obviously going to be better on turf or synthetic, but comes here against the easier competition. Maybe get a couple times on the dirt. He can run good enough to run against these horses. I mean, horse is a big price at 15 to 1. Drop down is the 8, Union Lights. Man, this horse looked good the first couple of races over the track. I mean, he did have things his own way the day he won against allowance horses. I think the big favorite was the one he rated off of him, and this horse got alone. But then had a big effort on the cutback and distance in the slop. Had all kinds of trouble in that race. Probably would have won if he didn't encounter the trouble that he had. And only got beat, a little bit by the speed East Coast Girl, who was going good at the time. But since then, yeah, he's going to need a telescope to find him. I mean, but that Kahala is a pretty nice horse. I mean, the Kahala just looked dominant with the victory that he had. Mo Trump just shook loose on the front end the race before, and Union Lights was caught chasing. So he does get some class relief here, dropping to 11 to 9. That might be enough to consider using the horse in race number 7. Last race, scratch the 7, Jen's Kiss. Man, this one, I'd want to use a bunch of them if you're playing pick 4s and pick 5s in this race. We finished with the most competitive of the day. No standouts. I mean, War Terminatrix has got the class and the numbers, but that's on the turf. You got Lady Eloise, who's drops in class, but Flores shows up on, Navarro shows up on one, Flores on another, and so Jose Rojina is the ride on that one, but Lady Eloise plays too. Shishi Shadow comes off a pretty decent second place finish. Man, whoever rallied last rallied best in that race. Joyful Departure, who didn't get off all that fast, was absolutely flying between horses to get the victory. Now, Joyful Departure was dropping in class, so Shishi Shadow might have just got beat by a better horse that day, but beat the rest of them, and the rest of them are probably the quality of this field, and I would expect Shishi Shadow maybe to improve a little bit off that race as well, because she had been off since July, and now she puts 2 together, plus she was dropping to 5 that day. Again, she got beat by another drop down that might have been better. So this one definitely plays. I got her on top. I use the 9 Amalata Lady for second. She drops today to 5,000, and that might be good enough. I mean, this is a horse that it's back and forth whether to put this one on top over Shishi Shadow, but I did like Shishi Shadow's last race a little better. But this one simply comes out of tougher races, and it was close up to a slow pace last time. She's by Bustin' Stones. Shouldn't mind the off track. It might be graduation day for Amalata Lady. Another one it's going to be tough in this race. Again, you can make a case for a few of them. Mentioned Lady Eloise. This one was running against maiden special weights. Dropped to the 11 to 9 last time and ran second. How do you fault Lady Eloise? You can't. Goes 6 furlongs again today. Jose Rojina picks up the mount, but the big thing is dropping to 5. This horse is a strong player. The interesting one is the 4, Our Reward. Of course, another issue is War Terminatrix. I mean, I'd either say use this one on top or don't use her at all, but I could see War Terminatrix winning. Man, that one is a full to a real good one. It was all turf on the dam side, all turf on the War Dancer side, obviously. It now shows up at Finger Lakes on the dirt for 5,000 going 6 furlongs. So what do you do with War Terminatrix? Might just win on class, but I don't know. A lot of big tricky read for the inside horse. I'm looking at Our Reward. She did not run well last time. She got pressed by Flora Rose. Actually, Flora Rose won the battle that day going 5.5, and that one's up against her again today. I don't know why she ran so badly. I mean, she stopped in the late stages, and they only went 107 and change. If you look at her previous races, they're good enough to beat this field. So the question is, why did she run badly last time when dropping a 5. If you could forgive that effort last time, you could use our reward today. That's the big thing. She's got really no excuse to run off the board in that $5,000 race, because you could make an argument that this race is a little bit tougher. But good last race. Obviously, you got some drop downs. You got horses running good in the condition. I'd want to spread out a little bit if I'm playing pick 4s, pick 5s, and pick 6s. Remember, 115 today, so we still got a lot of time before that first race to get your wagers in. Handicap it well, handicap for an off track. We are going to continue live racing next week, Monday through Wednesday. Again, 1 o'clock on Monday and Tuesday, 1:15 on Wednesday. 1 o'clock's the big day. Our best card of the year. 4 claiming series finales, and you got 3 stakes races, including the Futurity. And I will see you then. All right, getting ready for race number 1 of this Wednesday card. Sloppy racetrack as we got plenty more rain overnight. Got another cold day here in Western New York. Supposed to warm up over the weekend a little bit, but expect the weather to probably be in the 40s. Expect an off track for most of the card. First race, we scratched the 2, Retail Man. It's an allowance race, never won 3 condition, going 5.5 furlongs. Pretty competitive opener, and you got to look at the pace of the race. I thought Courageous Ola would be the speed. It almost looks like the main speed. And the question is, can he get away from this field enough at 5.5 for him to chase him down? Now, he was unable to hold his leads the last 2 starts, getting caught by Uncle George and Dorothy's Happiness. Also, a big long shot interchanger was able to close by him. But that was 6 furlongs last time. This is 5.5. And this is a race where they're pretty evenly matched numbers-wise. The Courageous Ola might have that slight tactical edge that could get him to the winner's circle first. Enticing Prospect could get a nice stalking trip in behind Courageous Ola in here. Does shorten up to 5.5. And he just won going 3/4. So it's a question of making that one run at the shorter distance to get the victory. But he does also seem to be improving. It does look like an improved effort that he had last time. And then that's very key for a young horse like Enticing Prospects. It's taken him a little while, but he does seem to be improving, and maybe he can make it 2 in a row. He's another one that's a big contender in race number 1. Then you got to look at the 4, Pop Coyer. This one does finish 2nd and 3rd a lot, but 2nd and 3rd against some pretty good 2 lifetime horses. Finally broke through with the victory last time. And the one advantage Pop Coyer has is he does have some early speed to lay close with Courageous Ola, while Union Navy and Enticing Prospect got to come from further back. So he should get first run if Courageous Ola does stop on the front end. And he doesn't mind an off track either. Hard to leave this one out of the top 3 because he's got such a good in the money percentage. The current favorite on the board right now is the 3, Union Navy. Union Navy running 2nd to Cashel Kitten, who's going good at the 11-9 level. He steps back up in class to face allowance horses. He was in that race won by Stewie. Dorothy's Happiness obviously was a good horse in that condition. Stewie went to New York and hit the board against a tough field. Race before was against Runaway Joke, so he was against some good allowance fields, and this is probably a little easier than some of the allowance contenders he was up against. But then again, he's stepping up in class from the 11-9. He's clearly at the mercy of the pace. Not sure if he's going to get it. Exactatri Super Daily Double and early pick 4 starts in race number 1. Again, scratch the 2, Retail Man.
The field for race 1 has come out onto the track. The 1 is McDonough with Michael Davila Jr. Scratch the 2, Retail Man. The 3 is Union Navy with Jackie Davis. The 4 is Pop Coyer with Anthony Rodriguez. 5 is Courageous Ula. Rosario Alvarado's in the saddle. And the 6 is Enticing Prospect with Cabracoa. Welcome to Wednesday here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I am the Big A Anthony Stabile, your track announcer and handicapper, as we take you through the end of another week here in Farmington. Just 18 racing days left. Free PPs over at fingerlakesgaming.com as we kick off the early pick 4. I have a $4 ticket, 5-6 with 1-4 with 1-2 with 2 Courageous Ula. There's 2 speeds in here. The 5 Courageous Ula and the 1 McDonough. Courageous Ula is a classier horse, so his class should prevail. Even if McDonough goes, he'll sit right off of him. Courageous Ula will be forward. He's at the board in 4 of 6. Wet track starts. I put him on top as your even money favorite. The 6 Enticing Prospect got out of the 2 life ranks last time out. Took him a few tries. Actually, it took him 7 tries. And more often than not, he is compromised by loose speed. There won't be loose speed here, but I do think Courageous Ula is a better horse. We'll see if he can come running late to round out the exacta or post a slight upset. 3-1 is not a big price. I know some people think 3-1 is a long shot. 3-1 is, that would be a mild upset, like mild salsa, which is what I prefer. And then the 4 Pop Coyer, here's another one. Pace compromised. He might get a little in here. It's so hard, though, to go from the 2 life to the 3 life. We'll see if one of the 2 Pop Coyer or Enticing Process can do it. Courageous Ula has been hanging around here for a while. 5-6-4, early pick 4, early double start. PP's fingerlakesgaming.com. Thanks for joining us on this wonderful Wednesday. Post time is about 3 minutes away. Post time's in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 1, the start of today's early pick 4 and early double, has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. McDonough, the first to load, followed by Union Navy in all blue. I'm in all blue today. Pop Coyer goes forward. Here's co-favorite Courageous Ula. Don't forget free PPs over at fingerlakesgaming.com as co-favorite Enticing Prospect rounds out the load. They're in the gate. And they're off. The two favorites showed first, Courageous Ula and Enticing Prospect. Now from the rail, McDonough joins the party. And now it's McDonough and Courageous Ula. They pair off. They have a 3-length lead cushion there over the duo of Pop Coyer and Enticing Prospect. And Union Navies allows them to all duke it out about 6.5 from the front. The field makes their way to the far turn. McDonough and Courageous Ula rip through an opening quarter in 22 and a deuce. They're really going at it. Pop Coyer's moved up. Union Navy up the inside. Jackie trying to send them through there. Enticing Prospect, Kabakoa asking him, but he's still about 6 from the top. The field comes off the turn and into the stretch. And McDonough and Courageous Ula are still there, but they're getting attacked from both sides. Pop Coyer down the center. Union Navy, a nifty move up the rail. Union Navy and Pop Coyer. Now Pop Coyer storms to the lead under Anthony Rodriguez and draws away. It's all Pop Coyer. He's got a 3-length lead, and he's going to win the opener by that margin. Then it was Union Navy, Enticing Prospect from out of the clouds for third. Then Courageous Ula for the super, and 105 and 3. Number 4, Pop Coyer was first. 3, Union Navy second. 6, Enticing Prospect third. 5, Courageous Ula was fourth. Returning to the winner's circle, that's 2 in a row for the number 4, Pop Coyer. 4-year-old geldings with son of 40 tails out of the mine shaft near Lindsay's Treasure. A New York bred. Pop Coyer is owned by Clear Star Stable, Mitterbox Stable, and Rick Schosberg. Trained by Jonathan Buckley, winning rider A-Rod Anthony Rodriguez. The only A-Rod I like. $2 exact to 4-3, 28.60. 50-cent try, 4-3-6, 12.87. And the dime super, 4-3-6-5, $4.17. Race number 2 is up next. First pick 3 of the day kicks off in a second. No changes in race 2. Post time for the second is in just over 24 minutes. Folks, our next day of live racing is Monday, and it just so happens to be our biggest day of the year. That's right, October 21st. We got 3 stakes for you, highlighted by the $165,000 New York Breeders' Futurity. A couple of other 50 granders, the Jack Better Be Right, and the Genesee Valley Breeders' Stakes. In addition, there'll be 4 claiming series finals. Those 4 claiming series finals actually comprise the early pick four on Monday's 9 race card. The unhinged Iron Distance at a mile and an eighth, the Mount Rushmore Sprint at 6 furlongs, the Wise Awake Sprint at 6 furlongs, and then get ready for this, the North Warning Distance at a mile and 3/4. See who survives that, including myself, as we wrap up the early pick four with the Claiming Series finals on Monday. In conjunction with our great racing card, DRF.com offers free DRF PPs to their members. Just log in to DRF.com if you're a member and get your free Monday PPs. They're available now. And finally, down at the wire, all day long, the $2 Wagles and the $1.50 fountain sodas. Our biggest day of the year is this Monday. We got 4 Claiming Series finals, 3 stakes, $2 Wagles, and $1.50 fountain sodas all day long. First post is 1 p.m. Can't wait to see you on Monday at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack.
Horse are in the paddock for race number 2. A big effort by Pop Coyer in the first. I mean, that one's got some confidence now. 5,000 maiden claimer is the second. It goes a distance of a mile 70. Pretty competitive race here for race number 2. Going to go to the inside with St. Bones, just on the big drop in class. I like this horse coming in from New York. Was bet down to be the favorite. Was the main speed that day back in July and ran a good second behind Ali Can Dance. Since then, though, this horse hasn't lifted a hoof. I mean, flashed a little speed. Seems like Destiny put him away and kept going that day. Ended up fading, and then was chasing Jake's Orchard and others the next race and faded. So the form's been going the wrong way since arriving here. But he gets some serious class relief here, dropping to 5,000, and looks to be the inside speed of the race. So maybe he can carry his speed a lot better and hang in there against the $5,000 maiden claimers. Very, very playable in this race on the drop. On Cloud Wine is the favorite in here at odds of 9-5. It deserved it. I mean, this horse has hit the board the last 2 times since dropping to 5. Wasn't badly beaten for 5 going a mile and 16th. Last time, we tried to come up the inside and ran a good third against the same type of field that day. They didn't go that fast either. They went 115 to the 3/4. Of course, I wouldn't expect this race to go very fast either. But On Cloud Wine should be in a close-up in a stalking position if St. Bones doesn't have it on the front end. Logical horse On Cloud Wine. Another drop-down is the 3. Slow Down Big Andy. Getting some action right now at odds of 5-2. Another one that just doesn't show much for any form, but is faced a lot tougher. Started off his career in a sprint, but was going to rout the next 4 starts, one of them on the turf. Again, lost by 21 lengths against tougher competition last time. Should be up close with St. Bones, and maybe the drop would really wake this horse up. We've seen it happen before with these type, and this one pretty well bred out of a Dam by Friendly Lover. That could just be the case. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double in the pick 3 starts in race number 2. Got about 7 minutes to post.
Here's the field for race 2. The 3 is Slow Down, Big Andy, with Andre Worry. The 4 is Watermelon Crush with Anthony Rodriguez, looking to sweep the early double. The 5 is On Cloud Wine. Rafael Rohina Jr. is aboard. The 6 is the Tyrannosaurus Rex with Carlos Camillo. There's the 1, St. Bones with Joel Cruz. And the 2 is Pasta and Polpette with Dalton Brown. Pop Coyer swooped the group. That speed duel got a little more intense than I thought it would. So, Pop Coyer, nice ride by Anthony Rodriguez. Nice ride by Jackie Davis on the runner-up, too. Saving some ground, trying to use the shortest way around there. She just got run down by a better horse, but that was 2 good rides in the opener. We'll go 2 turns here. I went to the rail, St. Bones, who drops down for the nickel. Listen, it's getting late early here at Finger Lakes. He's never been in for a tag. He's down all the way to the nickel. He has speed. He's inside. He's by Sharp Azteca. He showed like a wet track. I get the drop. Try St. Bones, taking the biggest drop in racing. 4 Watermelon Crush has been at this level for an awfully long time, since the start of the meet, in fact. Just missed by a neck 2 starts back. That was probably his best chance to get out of the maiden ranks. We'll see if he can rebound with a good effort here. 0 for 28. I'm never going to pick those on top. Almost never. And then the 5 On Cloud Wine. He dropped to this level 2 back. Just missed by a head. Then Curlin's Hustle. Andre Worry gave him a great ride to get out of the maiden ranks last time out. Watermelon Crush beat him. I'll give him another chance to try to round things out. Even money on St. Bones, I didn't think he'd be that short. 1, 4, 5. Best of luck here in race number 2. It kicks off the first pick 3 of the afternoon. Post time's in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 2 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Slow down, Big Andy loads out of order first. Here's your prohibitive favorite. Surprisingly short price on St. Bones. Here's the gray Pasta and Polpette. That's spaghetti and meatballs for those of you who don't speak Italian. Watermelon Crush goes forward. Here's On Cloud Wine. That goes perfectly with Pasta and Polpette. The last of the road is Tyrannosaurus Rex. They're in the gate. And they're off. From between rivals, there goes Slow Down Big Andy. Along the rail is St. Bones. And now Watermelon Crush will be 3 wide into that first turn. The gray Pasta and Polpette moves up nicely. He's actually a little anxious there along the inside. Pasta and Polpette, there was room there for Dalton Brown. He's going to try and sneak him on through. And he's battling with St. Bones as we speak. After leaving for position early, back in third is Slow Down Big Andy, followed by Watermelon Crush. The two at the back are Tyrannosaurus Rex and On Cloud Wine. 24-4 as a speed duel develops here between the favorite St. Bones and big long shot Pasta and Polpette. These two have 3 or 4 lengths on Slow Down Big Andy. They're getting closer quickly here. Outside of him, there goes Watermelon Crush with a mid-race move. Back in fifth is Tyrannosaurus Rex. And On Cloud Wine, Rafael Rojina Jr. starting to rouse him from the back. And he's starting to move right now through a half in 49-4 as they make their way to the far turn here in Finger Lakes, led by St. Bones. St. Bones survived the speed duel and has 3 parts of a length on Slow Down Big Andy and Watermelon Crush. From the back, Tyrannosaurus Rex and On Cloud Wine stalled just a bit to On Cloud Wine. Pasta and Polpette's out of it. They're on the turn, headed to the quarter pole. St. Bones, Joel Cruz really trying to keep him going through 3 quarters in 1:15-2. Off the turn and into the stretch. Plenty of room at the rail for Tyrannosaurus Rex. Carlos Camillo with a nifty move up the rail, challenging St. Bones. Down the center, Slow Down Big Andy. And from the back of the pack, On Cloud Wine is unwinding. They're in deep stretch. Tyrannosaurus Rex grabbed the lead. St. Bones tries to battle on back. Tyrannosaurus Rex and St. Bones. Tyrannosaurus Rex roars and wins it by a length. Then it was St. Bones and On Cloud Wine. Rounding out the super was Slow Down Big Andy in 1:47-3. Number 6, Tyrannosaurus Rex was first. 1, St. Bones second. 5, On Cloud Wine third. 3, Slow Down Big Andy was fourth. Making his way to the winner's circle for the very first time is the number 6, Tyrannosaurus Rex. 5-year-old gelding's the son of Temple City, out of the 5-star daymare Rockstar Royalty. A New York bred, Tyrannosaurus Rex is owned and trained by Rachel Sells, winning rider. He's the fastest in the room at Finger Lakes. Carlos Camilo. $2 double 4-6, 63 even. $2 exact to 6-1, 40-60. 50-cent try, 6-1-5, $22.12. And the 10-cent super, 6-1, 5-3, 3 pennies shy of $12. Race 3 comes up next. It's the start of today's $1 pick 6. No carryover in the pick 6. Here are the changes for the remaining races. Here in race 3, a rider change for the 4, one with everything, to Dalton Brown. Dalton Brown rides the 4 in race 3. Nothing in races 4 or 5. We turn to race 6. You can scratch the 7, HB Plaisance. Race 6, scratch the 7. Nothing in race number 7. And in race 8, scratch the 7, Jen's Kiss. Race 8, scratch the 7. And a rider change for the 8, Lady Eloise, to J.M. Rohina. J.M. Rohina rides the 8 in race 8. Post time for the 3rd. The start of today's $1 pick 6 is in just over 22 minutes, folks. The Breeders' Cup is just 2 weeks away. Friday, November 1st. Saturday, November 2nd. And we got a special Breeders' Cup deal for you. Bet $10 to win, place, or show on any Breeders' Cup race each day and get $10 back in free gaming play. That's right. That's available each day. One redemption a day. Bet $10 win, place, or show on any horse in a Breeders' Cup race on Friday, and you'll get a $10 free gaming play, as well as Saturday, a free gaming play. In addition, on Saturday, the Zweigels are back, $2 hot dogs, and $4.25 domestic draft beer all day and night long through the Breeders' Cup. That's our Breeders' Cup special, Friday, November 1st, Saturday, November 2nd, right here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack.
All right, 9 minutes to post for race number 3. And big effort by Tyrannosaurus Rex, Carlos Camilo. It looked like he had a handful of horses. That one able to come up the inside and get the win. A lot of chances for Tyrannosaurus Rex today. Finally, graduation day, dropping back to 5 in his 23rd start. He outduels St. Bones and On Cloud Wine to the wire. Good ride by Carlos Camilo. Third race, 5,000 maiden claimer going 5.5. We'll start the $1 pick 6. Got a short price favorite because you got 2 for the price of 1 here for Michael S. Ferraro. Playing it big, a horse that's got some tactical speed. And then you got Road to Power, who's got absolutely no speed for sprints. Will be coming from out of it. Well, playing it big, ran at the 5,000 level last time, was bet down to be a favorite. No real excuse for playing it big except for, Bottomless Three Fill is just a better horse. Shortens up to 5.5. He should be up close with Sharpoon throughout, and just gets a softer $5,000 field. Makes him very much a player. Same thing with Road to Power. Road to Power cuts back in distance after showing speed in a route, but he doesn't have much for sprint speed. But he's been tangling with tougher maidens throughout his career. It was the first time dropping to 5, and this will be the first time in for 5 in a sprint. So formidable entry here for Michael S. Ferraro, and they're at odds of 3 to 5. Biggest threats, well, you got Sharpoon and Support the Cat. Sharpoon probably would be better off going to the front today. You look at the races that this horse has run in prior sprints over the summer, went to the front and was very competitive. Last time tried to stalk on a speed favored racetrack, and it just didn't work out. Finished off the board, and that was because he got caught wide in that race. From the inside position, from a 3-post, you'd expect Sharpoon to show more speed in a race that doesn't have a ton of early speed. Support the Cat was actually in front of Sharpoon that day. Support the Cat's showing more speed than normal, and it worked out for him. He just missed winning that race because of the smart tactics on the speed favoring racetrack, and was able to hold off Jersey Greg, who was trying to close, but almost got by Spoofy. Another one for Rachel Sells that's had a lot of chances has got a chance to win today. Support the Cat. 0 for 30. Maybe today will be graduation day. Exacta Super Daily Double Pick 3 and a $1 Pick 6 starts with this race.
The field for race 3, the start of today's $1 pick 6, is coming out onto the racetrack. The 1 is Playing It Big with Cabracoa. 1A Road to Power is ridden by Luis Perez. The 2 is Sharpoon with Heeman Harkey. The 3 is Support the Cat. Nazario Alvarado rides. The 4 is One with Everything. Please note the rider changed to Dalton Brown. The 5 is The Saxon Story. Trainer Rachel Sells and rider Carlos Camillo look to go back-to-back on the Wednesday card. And the 6 is Robbins Giant with Rafael Rohina Jr. $1 pick 6 starts here, folks. I went to the entry, chalk-eating weasel that I am in this race. The 1 Playing It Big, second 2 back, tired. Bottomless Refill, that's when Bottomless Refill started the 3-race win streak. When he got out of the maiden ranks that day, the day after Labor Day. Playing It Big is flash speed sprinting. Little insurance policy. The entry made the 1A Road to Power. First 2 were sprints, last 2 were routes. I think this horse is a little bit better sprinting, as evident by his debut. He gets blinkers for the second time, first time in a sprint. Looks like a very formidable entry. The number 2 Sharpoon cut back and finished 5th, beaten less than a length and a half. Had a wide trip that day. Now he's inside. Harkey's back again. He had some distance speed. Maybe he can be a little bit closer today. We'll see what kind of trip Heeman gives him from that 3-hole. And then the 4, One with Everything. Again, note that rider changed to Dalton Brown. He was wide last time. He just didn't get going. He's had a couple of races on wet tracks. They haven't been great. But he's also, even though it's been for the nickel, I feel like he ran against some better horses that have come out of the maiden ranks, and they've done okay. And if you're looking for a little bit of a price, I thought the entry was going to be super tough in here. So I went fishing for a couple of prices underneath. And, these maidens that have had all these starts, I landed on a couple that I thought had some potential at big prices, the 2 and 4 at 10 to 1 and 4 to 1. 1, 2, 4 in the third. Again, the $1 pick 6 starts. Best of luck if you're playing. The field for race 3. The start of the pick 6 is at the gate, and it's post time as playing it big and Road to Power. The prohibitive favorite entry at 3 to 5 are both in the starting gate. Next up is Sharpoon. Here's Support the Cat. One of two in here for Rachel Sells as she looks for her second win on the card. One with everything. I could go for one with a little mustard, onions, and sauerkraut right now. I think that's what that name means. No ketchup, though. The Saxon Story goes in. The other Rachel Sells runner, Carlos Camillo, looking for a consecutive double. Robin's Giants, the last to load as we start the pick 6. They're in the gate. And they're off. Off a beat slow there was the 4-1 with everything. From the rail, there goes the favorite, Playing It Big. Playing It Big has 3 parts of a length on Sharpoon. Other part of the entry, Road to Power, is third along the rail, followed by Support the Cat. It's a gap of 4 lengths back to the gray, one with everything. Then Robin's Giant, and way at the back of the pack is the Saxon Story. The field for race 3 heads to the turn through an opening quarter in a pretty tepid 23-1. It's the favorite, Playing It Big, shadowed by Sharpoon. These two have just about 2 lengths on the duo of Support the Cat and Road to Power as the field makes their way past the quarter pole. It's a long way back to the rest of them, led by One with Everything, then Robin's Giant and the Saxon Story. They're off the turn and into the stretch through a half and 47-1 as they come to the 8th pole. It's Playing It Big. Here comes Sharpoon back at him. Playing It Big and Sharpoon to the 16th pole. Playing It Big, tries to battle back. Sharpoon tries to rally. Playing It Big, Sharpoon. Playing It Big, Sharpoon. Playing It Big, and Sharpoon got him. Sharpoon got Playing It Big right on the money in 107 flat. That's a photo finish. Hold all tickets. Number 2, Sharpoon was first. 1, Playing It Big second. 3, Support the Cat third. 1A, Road to Power fourth. For the Superfecta, the number 4, One with Everything, was fifth. Superfecta numbers 2, 1, 3, 4 here in race 3. Making his way to the winner's circle for the first time is the number 2, Sharpoon. The 5-year-old gelding's the son of Gormley. Out of the Sharp Humor mare, Ganesha. Sharpoon is owned and trained by Order St. Henry. Winning rider, He-Man Hockey. Again, Superfecta numbers 2, 1, 3, 4 unofficial. $2 double six, 240.80. $2 exacta, 2-1, 14.60. 50-cent try, 213, $6.20. And the dime super, 2134, $2.77. Race number 4 comes up next. It's the start of today's pick 5, and there are no changes in race 4. Post time for the 4th is in just over 24 minutes.
All right, horse in the paddock for race number 4. Good finish to the third between the two main contenders. Playing a big, trying to hold off Sharpoon. Harkey able to get Sharpoon's head down to get the victory. Yeah, that was Ortis Henry getting the victory. Start off the $1 pick 6. Close finish to that one. Third race, a good allowance race. Never won 3 condition for fillies and mares, and that's about as tough as this condition will come up, especially with a 6-horse field. The 2-horse, Ringy Dingy, was running against fellow 3-year-olds, but in graded stakes at Aqueduct, Pimlico, and Delaware. She ran in the Demoiselle, the Delaware Oaks. Those type of horses, far better than what she'll face here with Power Squeeze, who's the next winner out of that Delaware Oaks. She then tried tough allowance horses, older horses, at Saratoga, and she only got beat 3 lengths in there. I'd say that's good enough to beat this field as long as she can repeat that effort and keep her form. Yeah, Ringy Dingy looks to be the horse to beat. Katie Davis, who's been riding this horse, here to ride Ringy Dingy, who is currently at odds of 6-5. We say if it looks too good to be true, usually is, though. We'll see. The 3-horse Unicorn Cake, 8-1 on the board right now. You know, you got to forgive the last effort for Unicorn Cake. She was a heavy favorite, but it just simply caught a strong speed bias. That Stars Delight was lone speed on that strong speed bias. She was forced to chase after the halfway point, and she just got tired of chasing. That's all. So her previous race was very impressive, where she just exploded to be 2 lifetimes first race over the track. So I would think that she could bounce back with a better effort today. I know it was an off track last time, but it had nothing to do with the off track, more to do with how that track was playing. That's why she got beat by Stars Delight. So she's at 8-1. It might be a good value play in here off of the beaten favorite race. Queen's Masterpiece is the 5-horse. May have needed the race off since May, and that was her worst recent race. She had 2 top 3 finishes against tougher state-bred optional claiming allowance horses in New York. A lot of lines between races for Queen's Masterpiece, but she does have good tactical speed, and that should really fit her well in this race. She's currently at odds of 7-2. She's a Freud and Shelley getting some play. They might be a little overmatched if a couple of these horses run their races, but another couple that could be top 3 finishers in a very good, very competitive 3 lifetime allowance race. This race starts the pick 5. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, and Daily Double offered in here.
Here's the field for race 4. The 1 is Shelley with Kevin Navarro. The 2 is Ringy Dingy with Katie Davis. The 3 is Unicorn Cake with Andre Worry. The 4 is She's a Freud with Luis Perez. The 5 is Queen's Masterpiece with Kay Brakoa. And the 6 is Jackson Avenue with Jackie Davis. Well, Ringy Dingy, great name, ships in from Saratoga. Last seen on closing weekend up there. His first time Lasix in the allowance ranks, and got beat just 3 lengths to St. Benedict's Prep, and some nice fillies and mares, older fillies and mares, I'd like to add. It was the first race she was ever allowed to run on Lasix, because after winning 2 of her first 3 starts as a 2-year-old, it was all stakes action after that. She's already a minor stakes winner, having won down at Delaware Park in the 3rd start of her career. So she got the Lasix, and she ran an 81 buyer figure, and an 81 buyer figure might lap these horses. I singled her in the pick 4 like a genius. I would single her in there in the pick 5. If you're playing a pick 5 today, I would she's the single, and then I think you could find some value in the rest of the sequence. So I would go 3 deep the rest of the way, which is what my pick 4 ticket is later on. So I would just take Ringy Dingy and make the pick 4 ticket that was posted earlier. Cold Exacta with the 5 Queen's Masterpiece. Some would say I am a Queen's Masterpiece. I would agree. More circuit relief, another horse shipping in from the Naira circuit to Finger Lakes. That should be enough. And then finally Unicorn Cake. Raced well here on her return, 2-backed, and kind of got caught up in things with a middle move last time out. I don't know about a wet track for her either. 2-5-3. I'd make a cold 2-5 chalky number here for Johnny I in race 4. Best of luck if you're playing that pick 5. Less than a minute. Post times in less than a minute. Gets those pick 5 wagers in. Field for race 4 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Shelley is the first to load, followed by your odds-on favorite, Ringy Dingy. Unicorn Cake goes forward. Here's She's a Freud. Queen's Masterpiece goes in. Last to load is Jackson Avenue. They're on the gate. And they're off. From mid-pack there, She's a Freud right to the lead. Luis Perez puts the pedal to the metal and quickly opens up a 2.5 length lead. Queen's Masterpiece and Unicorn Cake battle out for second. The favorite Ringy Dingy is fourth. She's about 4 from the front. Then Jackson Avenue and Shelley, where she likes to be, at the back of the pack. Up front, She's a Freud, a length. Queen's Masterpiece moves into second ahead of Unicorn Cake through an opening quarter in 23 flat. Back and forth is Ringy Dingy. Katie Davis gets her to the middle of the track and begins to move forward. That move's followed by Jackson Avenue, and still nothing from Shelley as they're midway on the far turn. She's a Freud has had the lead throughout, a length and a half. A 4-wide move coming from Jackson Avenue. She just blind switched Ringy Dingy for you harness fans out there who tries to move with her through a 46 and 3/2. They're off the turn, and they're into the stretch. She's a Freud. Moving up the inside there was Unicorn Cake. Ringy Dingy trying to battle on, and Jackson Avenue's on the far outside. Unicorn Cake looking for the mild upset. Ringy Dingy starts to level off now, and here comes Katie and Ringy Dingy looking for Unicorn Cake. Ringy Dingy, Unicorn Cake, Ringy Dingy draws away the last 50 yards to win by a length. Then it was Unicorn Cake and Jackson Avenue. She's a Freud rounds out the Super in 112 and 3. Number 2, Ringy Dingy was first. 3, Unicorn Cake second. It's photo for third. Six, Jackson Avenue, third. 4, She's a Freud, fourth. 2, 3, 6, 4 in race 4, unofficial. Race 4 is official. Returning to the winner's circle is the number 2, Ringy Dingy. She's a 3-year-old daughter of Dialed In out of the Touch Gold mare, Wind Caper. Ringy Dingy's owned by the estate of Peter Callahan and James Riley McDonald. Trained by Danny Gargan, winning rider Katie Davis. $2 double 2-2, 12.60. $2 exacta 2-3, 7 even. 50-cent try 2-3-6, 8 even. 10-cent super 2-3-6-4, $6.20. The 50-cent pick 3, 6-2-2, $35.50. And the pick 4 for 50 cents, 4-6-2-2, $120 and a quarter. Early pick 4 is wrapped. Late pick 4 starts next. Race 5 starts that late pick 4. There's no changes in the 5th. Race 6, scratch the 7, HB Plaisance. Race 6, scratch the 7. Race number 7, no changes. And in race number 8, scratch the 7, Jen's Kiss. Race 8, scratch the 7. And make the rider on the 8, Lady Eloise, J.M. Rohina. J.M. Rohina rides the 8 in race 8. Post time for the 5th. The start of the late pick 4 is in just over 18 minutes.
All right, get ready for race number 5, and Ringy Dingy, just too classy for that group. Unicorn Cake able to give her a little competition, but Katie Davis able to pull away with Ringy Dingy right to the wire. Short price winner for Danny Gargan to start off the pick 5. Fifth race, a 11-9 maiden claimer going 5.5 furlongs. Look at some of the contenders in here. I didn't see a lot of pace in this race, and I think that's going to be the key to this maiden event because it's a short distance of 5.5. Looking to the outside, Saratoga Weekend at least is showing some tactical speed in a couple of his sprint races before stretching out. Now, he did obviously show more speed in the route, but he tired pretty badly in there. But probably benefited from the experience of going long and making his 4th career start. Should be plenty fit. And his biggest problems was getting out of the starting gate in those sprint races. You look at his debut. That turned out to be a true key race. He broke poorly in that race. Marty's Magic, Joe West, U Butte, all top 3 finishers came back to win out of that race. And he's only beat less than double digits against maiden special weight. So the slight drop to the 11-9 might give this horse a slight chance to get to the winner's circle. I thought maybe with the lack of pace, he could be out there despite cutting back in distance, because there really is absolutely no speed in this 5th race. American Day probably benefits the least from the pace here because he's got absolutely no early speed in sprint races. The last time this horse won a sprint was at Monmouth in the slop, and he had to make up 10 lengths in that race. And he did. He closed a lot of ground, but keep in mind, that's 6 furlongs. This is 5.5. So if he could stay within range, he's obviously classy enough to beat this field. He ran 4th in his only race here. That was a route, and this looks like an easier 11-9 version of this field. The 4-horse Montauk Surf getting a lot of action right now. The favorite on the board at 9-5. This one drops a notch as well. This one drops a notch to 11-9. He's only hit the board once. A 3rd place finish, his first start over the track, and then he ran into Dorothy's Happiness. And last race just simply didn't fire at all. But I think the class reliefs can help this one as well. He won't be that far behind Saratoga Weekend. He might be another one. You can make a case where it could be close up to the front end. And I wouldn't expect this pace to be very fast in race number 5 because it just simply doesn't look like a lot of it. And then you got the 2 Strategy for You, who is just questionable on the dirt. This horse has not run well on the dirt. His best races, obviously, are on the artificial surface of Presque Isle. So see if he can handle it today. If he can, he'll be very much a contender. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double Pick 4 starts in the 5th. Got about 3 minutes to post.
The field for race 5, the start of the late pick 4, is out on the track. The 1 is Storefront with Jackie Davis. The 2 is Strategy for You. Emmanuel De Diego rides. The 3 is American Day with Kay Bacoa. The 4 is Montauk Surf with Kevin Navarro. The 5 is with Dashing Speed. Heeman Harkey looks for a riding double. And the 6th of Saratoga weekend with J.M. Rohina. Kick off the late pick 4 here. I thought this was a difficult sequence to get through today. So I went 3 deep in every race. I landed on the favorite in here, Montauk Surf, who's dropping back in for a tag. He started his career at Aqueduct. 3 races at the Big A, no good. Came here and made it special weight 3 times. No good. In for the 11 today. So he's in for a tag for the first time under Paul Barrow's tutelage. Ran against some nice ones, including Dorothy's Happiness up here so far. And now they're dropped back to 11 in for a tag for the first time in a while. Should help his cause, put him on top. But I don't trust him. Saratoga weekend, first time for a tag. He was first time blinkers going long last time. He's been a giant price in all of his starts. 17 to 1, 11 and a half, 11 and a half. First 2 sprints kind of looked like he wanted to go long. Then he went long, and it kind of looked like he wanted to sprint. So that's not usually a good sign, but he's in for a tag today, and the best hop's the drop, and we'll see what kind of effort he puts forth. And then finally the deuce strategy for you. He's had a lot of chances. He's dropping from Presque Isle, coming back to Finger Lakes. He's raced here 4 times. All of his starts here have been against special weight, so this is his first time in for a tag here at Finger Lakes, but he's cutting back from a bunch of route races to 5.5. And he's taking a lot of money here at 2 to 1. 4-6-2 for me. Best of luck in race 5. It starts the late pick 4. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. Get the late pick 4 tickets in now. The field for race 5, the start of the late pick 4 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Set to load for the 5th. Storefront goes up first. Steely Gray Son of Summerfront. Here's strategy for you. American Day goes in. There's a wide open tote board. 4 of them have been hovering between 5 to 2 and 3 to 1 for the last 3 minutes of wagering. One of those is Montauk Surf, who just ticked down the 2 to 1 favoritism. Here's one of the outliers with dashing speed. And the last to load is Saratoga Weekend. They're in the gate. And they're off. Not the best of beginnings for Storefront. Saratoga Weekend liked to start and went right to the lead. There goes Montauk Surf to challenge. And now Montauk Surf takes control. Along the inside, strategy for you. Outside Saratoga Weekend, they're split by With Dashing Speed. 5th is American Day. And Storefront, after the trouble at the start, is about 15 from the leader. And the leader's Montauk Surf. Montauk Surf and Kevin Navarro through an opening quarter of 23-1. They're chased by With Dashing Speed 2 wide. Saratoga Weekend's 3 wide. Strategy for you rides the rails in 4th, followed by American Day. Cabercoa trying to motivate that one with less than 3/8 of a mile to go. Storefront's caught up, but still has a lot to do. The fields makes their way off the turn and into the stretch, and Montauk Surf trying to keep With Dashing Speed at bay through a half in 47-4. Montauk Surf with dashing speed keeps hounding him. Saratoga Weekend trying to gain ground, but he stalled a bit in 3rd. Deep stretch with dashing speed, a brief lead. Montauk Surf battles back. Montauk Surfing with dashing speed. Montauk Surf with dashing speed. Montauk Surfing with dashing speed. Montauk Surfing dashing with dashing speed. That is tighter than a drum. Maybe With Dashing Speed at 10-1 or Montauk Surf at 2-1. Photo finish is going to have to settle this one. Final time was 107-1. It was number 5. The longest shot on the board With Dashing Speed was first. 4 Montauk Surf, second. 6 Saratoga Weekend, third. 3 American Day was fourth. 5-4-6-3 unofficial in the 5th. Race 5 is official. Making his way into the winner's circle for the first time is the number 5 With Dashing Speed. 5-year-old Gelding's the son of Encaustic out of the Gold Fever mare. She's got the fever. A New York bred. With Dashing Speed is owned by Michael Progno and Tracy Page. Trained by Michael Progno. 2 on the day by the power of Grayskull for He-Man Harkey. Dollar double, 2-5. A half a chop, $50. $2 exact to 5-4, 181 even. 50-cent try, 5-4-6, 93 and a quarter. 10-cent super, 5463, $23.57. And the 50-cent pick 3, 225, $75.37. Race 6 comes up next. Kicks off the final pick 3 of the day and week. Scratch the 7, HP Plaisance. Race 6, scratch the 7. Post time for race number 6 is in just over 21 minutes.
All right, getting ready for race number 6 is with dashing speed. That one was kind of a surprise. That one starts off the late pick 4. It's probably one of the all button would be your friend. 6th race, a maiden event for 2-year-olds, and we scratched the 7 HB Plicence, and you look at this race. There's a couple of them you can make a strong case for. I mean, I was just looking at Cast a Coin here in the paddock. What a good-looking 2-year-old he is. By a Central Banker out of Dam by Into Mischief. I mean, ran second in his debut. Was not very competitive in the Aspirin. I mean, wow, this horse fills out. He's going to be a real good one. I did use him second in here because I did like the performance of Wingo Star in his debut. Wingo Star didn't get off all that sharp. I mean, he got out of the gate okay, but then kind of broke outwardly and then fell back, lost a lot of lengths in the beginning of that race. Did not stop running and closed to be second behind Brink, who had already made the winning move before that. So this horse was working extremely well, was working with the filly that Bill Bartlett has. The filly was so impressive when she beat the other girls a few weeks ago. Wingo Star ran the next day, and of course he had the trouble. The two worked together. They shared a bullet before that first career start. So I like the way this horse looked that day. He's certainly a runner, and he's at odds of 7-2. Going to give him a slight edge over the big favorite, Cast a Coin, but a deserving favorite off of that debut race that he had, running second to King's Leap. Remember, King's Leap came back and ran third behind, obviously, the top 2 in the Aspirin who laid over the field. Bostonian and soon to be King are both, the 2 of the best 2-year-old New York breds there are. Obviously, Cast a Coin wasn't that competitive, and neither was King Leap as far as with the top 2. But he still beat 3 horses in the Aspirin Stakes. He's going to get some play here. He is. He's at odds of 4-5. The 5 is probably Flattery. Comes out of the same race as Wingo Star, and he was making up a lot of ground late. But he settled in last early. He was way back in another zip code. But he did have that late run as some of the horses were tiring in the late stages of this. He's got to get into gear, or at least be closer up. But it's the same distance today, 5.5, and the same quality field. An interesting firster is the one more rep. When you're lifting, you always got one more rep. But the dam won the Susan B. Anthony Stakes back in 2012. This is a half to Cozy Spring, who was stakes placed during that one's career. So an interesting first-time starter, and is getting some action at odds of 9-2. So that's some of the contenders in a very good 2-year-old maiden race. Exactitry Super Daily Double, and the pick 3 starts in race number 6.
The field for race 6 is coming out onto the track. The 1 is One More Rep with Andre Worry. The 2 is Stormin' Sammy with Nazario Alvarado. The 3 is Cast a Coin with Stephen Frett. The 6 is Yahida Moneymaker with Joel Cruz. The 4 is Wingo Star with Jackie Davis. And the 5 is probably Flattery with Luis Perez. I don't have a lot of time to talk about this because I'm going on after the post parade. Wingo Star is the sucker horse in here because Wingo Star and probably Flattery come out of the same race. And Wingo Star, he didn't get off great, but I don't think he ducked out at the start. I think that's a little bit of a dressed up trip note. Probably Flattery's the horse that I want out of that race because probably Flattery broke and then he backed up when he got the kickback. I don't think he ran his race. I think Wingo Star ran his race. Yet he only beat him a half length, and now one horse is 6-1, trained by the leading trainer and the third leading jockey, while the other horse has far lesser connections, though Jackie is always in the standings here. I don't get the price discrepancy here. To me, it's insane. I liked everything about probably Flattery's race. It was a good education. I don't think he ran his race. I think Wingo Star did. And if you know how to watch a race, you can go back and see the difference between the 2 trips, the 2 starts, and the 2 finishes. Give me probably Flattery. Cast a Coin's going to be the speed. Raced well first time out when he got beat by a 1-5 entry. I'm not going to hold the aspirant against him. And then, Wingo Star. I don't know anything about the 2 first-time starters. I know this, and this is not a knock on Rachel Sells. She's had a great week. But Rachel's 2-year-old, and she's not known for 2-year-olds and first-time starters, is 3 points shorter than Paul Barrows on the board. So if that leads me to believe everything, it's one of 2 things. A, Rachel's first of the number 2, Stormin' Sammy, is a little live. But more importantly, B, One More Rep is dead as disco on the tote board. So that kind of negates the 2 first-time starters for me. One barn doesn't do well. One barn is the second longest price on the board. So I'm not worried about the firsters. At that price, I would make a good win bet, and I'm going to, on the number 5, probably Flattery. 5-3-4 here in race number 6. Good luck. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 6 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. One of two firsters, one more rep goes forward. Here's the other firster, Stormin' Sammy. Current favorite, Cast a Coin, goes up next. Here's Wingo Star. Probably Flattery. Yohida Moneymaker's the last to load. They're in the gate. And they're off. One more rep did not jump well. Cast a Coin is on the lead. Here's probably Flattery to the outside, and now Stormin' Sandy rushes up, and Stormin' Sammy takes the lead away from Cast a Coin. Back in third is probably Flattery. Then Wingo Star to the rail. Yohida Moneymaker is on the outside, and trailing the field is one more rep. Speeding off to a 4-length lead, that's Stormin' Sammy. 22-4, ripped through that opening quarter. Cast a Coin is in second. Probably Flattery. Luis Perez trying to get that one motivated from third. Shadowed by Yohida Moneymaker. The two at the back are one more rep who's at a last, and Wingo Star trails. Past the quarter pole, Stormin' Sammy trying to see it through. Cast a Coin needs to go from there. So too probably Flattery, who just got to the middle of the track. They're off the turn and into the stretch. Cast a Coin with dead aim on Stormin' Sammy. Probably Flattery trying to rally as well. Then one more rep. Cast a Coin takes the lead at the 16th pole and begins to draw away. It's all Cast a Coin here. Stormin' Sammy, good debut, finished second. Then it was probably Flattery. And one more rep to round out the Super in 106-3. Number 3, Cast a Coin was first. 2, Stormin' Sammy second. 5, probably Flattery third. 1 more rep, finished fourth. Race 6 is official. Making his way into the winner's circle for the very first time is number 3, Cast a Coin. 2-year-old geldings by Central Banker out of the Into Mischief mare, Light the Dynamite. A New York bred, Cast a Coin's owned by Gold Bear Farm and trained by Jackie Falk, winning rider Stephen Fritt. To $2 double 5-3 88.50. $2 exact to 3-2 12.60. 50-cent try 3-2-5 $6.70. 10-cent super 3-2 5-1 $4.02. Race 7 comes up next. Kicks off today's late double. No changes in the 7. And if you turn to race 8, you can scratch the 7, Jen's Kiss. Rider change for the 8, Lady Eloise to J.M. Rohina. Post time for the 7. The start of the late double is in just over 22 minutes.
All right, 9 minutes to post for race number 7. Very impressive looking 2-year-old that Jacqueline Falks got there. Cast a coin. When I saw the horse in the paddock, so man, I got to change my. This horse is not going to get beat, and he didn't. And what a good looking 2-year-old. Stephen Frett on the engine there, and Cast a Coin just looked the part. Man, this horse is only going to get better. That one for Gold Bear Farm was a much the best winner, and the money really showed late on Cast a Coin, going off at odds of 1-5. Very impressive effort by that 2-year-old. 7th race, this is going to start the last daily double of the day. Exactitry and Super Offered. It is 11-9 claimer. Horse have not won a race since April 16th or have never won 4 races. As you see, a lot of them in for the 2 since the date or the 1 since the date condition. Only 2 of them in for the 4 lifetime condition. Both of them very much contenders in this race. Start off with the 4, Brother Jeremiah, horse that's very consistent. Hasn't been that great on off tracks. That would be the only knock on Brother Jeremiah. But his last race, he dropped in class to this level, made a nice move to the front, but then got outkicked by Don't Poke the Cat from behind, and looked like he didn't get tired. He kept running with that rival even after he passed him. It's just a matter of this horse's willingness to want to win at this point. He likes this distance. He's 6 for 7 in the top 3. He's running against some of the better horses going a route on the grounds. Always fires. And Brother Jeremiah right now at odds of 2-1. One of a couple that you can really make a strong case for in race number 7. Again, it was a good-looking performance last time. Just got to seal the deal. The 6 Mad Magic is probably the main threat to Brother Jeremiah. Mad Magic was running against Allowance Company, defeated the 2 lifetimes going this distance of 1:70. Didn't fare too well going to 1:16, but did have trouble before the start, showed some speed, maybe went a little bit too quick in that race. This one's not accustomed to being on the front end like that and ended up fading. Well, went back to the rating style last time, going a flat mile when dropping in class, and was able to get up to get the win against a slightly easier field than this one. Now, he doesn't mind an off track. As you see, he does have a victory on a muddy track going a 1:70 back in November. That was to break his maiden, and this is a horse that should be very formidable against these 11-9 claimers. Mad Magic right now at odds of 9-1. Of course, it's still early. A really interesting horse in here at a really huge price is the 5 Gliding a Fleet. I say that because I don't know if the horse can run on dirt. The horse is obviously a turf and synthetic horse. His better efforts are on the artificial surface down at Gulfstream that costs $350,000 a yearling. I mean, you see the breeding and you know why. Horses by Nyquist out of a dam by a Fleet Alex. Yeah, you look at the 4 wins: two on the turf, 2 on the synthetic, none on the dirt. So, yeah, this should be a long shot because of the fact that he's running on dirt. He's already had a try at this level where he finishing off the board 4th against Mr. Einstein, who's pretty good at the level. The dam is a half to Wise Dan, who's a grade 1 winner, multiple grade 1 winner, $7.5 million, but certainly a horse worth looking at in this race for a long shot if you're just trying to throw a price in. Union Lights on the outside gets some class relief. Yeah, he's losing by a lot, but he's also running in to much better horses. Mo Trump stole the race on the front end going to 1:70, and that Kahali was very impressive in his victory on October 1st. So it showed some potential. It had a couple of good races when he first arrived here, including a 3rd place finish in the slop when he cut back to a sprint, and he had a very troubled trip. So another one to consider using in race number 7, and he's getting some action right now at 2-1. So they're going on the track for race number 7. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, and Daily Double offered in this race.
for race 7 is coming out onto the track. It's the start of the late double. The 1 is Anything Passable with Nazario Alvarado. The 2's Maddie's Express. Kevin Navarro's in the saddle. The 3 is Sneeds with Joel Cruz. The 4 is Brother Jeremiah with Jackie Davis. The 5 is Gliding a Fleet with Rafael Rohina Jr. The 6 is Mad Magic with Luis Perez. The 7 is Gandy Dancing with Michael Davila Jr. And the 8 is Union Lights with Emmanuel De Diego. All right, I went to my boy Gandy Dancing here. You know, it's been a confusing year for him. He's had a good season. Long, short, wet tracks. He likes wet tracks. And I liked his long race. When Bert inhaled the group that day in July, nobody was beating Bert that day. And he's sprinted since. I don't know. I thought his two-turn races were more interesting than his sprint races, especially recently. I like him backstretching out. He'll be forwardly placed. Mikey Davila's back aboard as regular rider. I like him at a little bit of a, 7-2. I thought he'd be right around there. It's a good price on him. I'll take it. The 6, Mad Magic for Mike Ferraro Sr. got up for the 11,003 life for last time, just in the nick of time. He found the claiming ranks a lot nicer than the allowance ranks, and he just makes a lot of sense. I can't believe the price Mad Magic is. He's had a really good record. He's got a nice wet track pedigree. Not that that matters 20 races in, but he's run to that pedigree so far. 7-1's way too big of a price. And then I guess the 4 Brother Jeremiah makes some sense, man. It's been a while since he's had his picture taken. I can tell you that. Way back in November of 22. So we're looking at just about 100 weeks since he's visited the Ross Morton Winner's Circle here. He just missed last time. He had the lead and he got gunned down late in the game by Don't Poke the Cat. I wouldn't want him at 2-1. If I was alive in multis, I would, but I wouldn't want him in the win pool at 2-1. 7-6-4 for me. Best of luck here in race 7 as we kick off the late double. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 7's made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Kick off the late double here. Anything Passable goes in first. Here's Maddie's Express. Big long shot Sneeds goes in. Here's Brother Jeremiah. Gliding a Fleet goes forward. Here's Mad Magic. Gandy Dancing goes in. The last to load is Union Lights. They're in the gate. And they're off. Maddie's Express and Sneeds for the lead. Far outside, there's Gandy Dancing mixing up early. A 4 wide Union Lights is there as well. Mad Magic's 5th. He's 4.5 from the front. Then the duo of Brother Jeremiah and Gliding a Fleet. And Anything Passable's at the back of the pack, already 12 from the lead. Sneeds and Gandy Dancing go at it. They go around the first turn through an opening quarter of 24 flat. Union Lights in the catbird seat, 2.5 behind in third. It's a gap of 4 or 5 to Mad Magic, who just went by Maddie's Express. Gliding a Fleet just went ahead of Brother Jeremiah. And Anything Passable, liking the duel up front. He's just 10 from the lead and in the center of the track where he likes to be. It's still Sneeds and Gandy Dancing. Through a half in 48 and 2. They still move right along. Union Lights creeps closer. Manuel de Diego still has him on hold. Mad Magic and Luis Perez begin to launch. Here comes Brother Jeremiah. Widest of all's Gliding a Fleet. Then we come back to Maddie's Express. Anything Passable starting to rev up. He still has work to do. Gandy Dancing just passed by Union Lights. Mad Magic under a ride. Brother Jeremiah just needs somewhere to go. Jackie Davis looking for a hole. Gliding a Fleet's wide. Anything Passable is launching, but he still has a ton to do. 3/4, 113 and 4. Off the turn and into the stretch. And Union Lights. Here's Mad Magic. Brother Jeremiah switches course to the outside. It's down to these 3 for the last furlong. Mad Magic takes the lead. Here comes Brother Jeremiah. Mad Magic. Brother Jeremiah bears down. Less than a 16th to go. Mad Magic is going to hold Brother Jeremiah at bay. Mad Magic by a length and 3/4. Then it was Brother Jeremiah, Union Lights, and Gliding a Fleet in 145 and a deuce. Number 6, Mad Magic was first. 4, Brother Jeremiah second. 8, Union Lights third. 5, Gliding a Fleet was fourth. 6, 4, 8, 5 unofficial here in race number 7. Returning to the winner's circles at number 6, Mad Magic. 5-year-old geldings of Son of Munnings out of the stormy Atlantic mare, Cool and Stormy. Mad Magic's owned by Saul Kuffelberg, trained by Michael Ferraro. Senior winning rider Luis Perez. 2 double, 3-6, 11 even. $2 at the 6-4, 14.40. 50-cent try, 6-4-8, 13.62. And the dime super, 6-4-8-5, a dime shy of $34. Race 8 comes up next. The finale offers win, place, show, exacta try, and superfecta wagering. Scratch the 7, Jen's Kiss. And a rider change for the 8, Lady Eloise to JM Rohina. Post time for the 8th is in just over 23 minutes. Folks, don't forget, our next live day of racing is this Monday, October 21st, and it just so happens to be our biggest racing card of the season. The highlights, the $165,000 New York Breeders' Futurity, a couple of other 50 granders, the Jack Better Be Right Stakes, and the Genesee Valley Breeders' Stakes. In addition, we'll have 4 claiming series finals. Races 1 through 4 are the Unhinged Iron Distance, the Mount Rushmore Sprint, the Wise Awake Sprint, and the North Warning Distance at 1 3/4 miles. Tune in to see if they survive, and if I survive 14 furlongs. There'll be free PPs courtesy of DRF. If you're a DRF member, just go to drf.com, and you will get free past performances for Monday's card. Last but not least, down at the wire, they'll be serving $2 Wiggles and $1.50 fountain sodas all afternoon long. That's this Monday, October 21st. 4 claiming series finals, 3 stakes races, $2 Wiggles, and $1.50 fountain sodas. Monday, October 21st, first post here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack is 1 p.m.
All right, horses are getting ready for the final race of this card, final race of the racing week here at Finger Lakes. Well, we're getting prepared for one of the richest days of racing in the history of Finger Lakes on Monday. What a day we got planned. We got the Claiming Series finals, 4 of them on Monday, and we got 3 stakes races, including the richest stakes of the season, the New York Breeders' Futurity. Got the Genesee Valley Breeder Stakes and the Jack Better Be Right Stakes as well, along with $2 hot dogs. What a day we got planned on Monday. You want to get involved in that. Looking at race number 7, no big surprise. It came down to the 2 main contenders as Brother Jeremiah and Mad Magic. Mad Magic getting the jump on Brother Jeremiah and getting the victory. Brother Jeremiah in his usual second place position. But Mad Magic makes it 2 in a row in 3 of the last 4 starts, victories. Louis Perez for Michael S. Ferraro. Well, we saved the best for last here in this 5,000 maiden claimer going 6 furlongs, as you got 10 betting interest in a wide open event. We do scratch the 7. That's Jen's Kiss out of the last race. Start off with the 10, She's Shadow. This horse was running against special weights, then had an issue on back in July and come off a layoff, and ran a good second last time, I thought. A Joyful Departure was another one that was dropping in class and came from the clouds to go by him late. But he made a nice move on the outside to roll by the rest of them. So she's got to be considered in here off of the last effort. Just going to give her a slight edge in this race. Again, it was a very competitive race, no real standouts. Look at the 9, I'm a Lot of Lady. She's a big price right now at odds of 12-1. She drops to 5,000 after running primarily against the 11-9s. Rachel Sells already with a victory with a maiden earlier on the card. And this one has been close against the 11-9s. Even comes in here off a 3rd place finish on an off track last time. So she wouldn't be a stretch in here, but she's not getting much for support at 11-1. The 8 is Lady Eloise. As you see another rider change, we got Jose Rohina on this one. Kevin rode her last time. He's going to ride for Buckley. Flores also rides for Beretta. He probably already had the call on War Terminatrix. But Lady Eloise also drops after a good second place finish behind her stablemate last time. Another one to consider in a crazy puzzle of a last race. Exacta Tri Super offered in race number 8. You got about 5 minutes of post against Scratch the 7, Jen's Kiss. All right, see ya.
Here's the field for the finale. The 1 is War Terminatrix. Jeremiah Flores rides. The 2 is Brooklyn Rosie. Anthony Rodriguez is in the saddle. The 3 is Hidden War Dance. Heeman Harkey looks for his 3rd win on the card. The 4 is Our Reward with Emmanuel De Diego. The 5 is Flora Rose. Kevin Navarro rides. The 6 is Crystal with Jackie Davis. Scratch a 7, Jen's Kiss. The 8's Lady Eloise. Note the rider change to JM Rohina. 9 is Amalala Lady with Nazario Alvarado. The 10 is Shishi Shadow with Andre Worry. The 11 is Frankie C with Rafael Rohina Jr. 8, 4, 10 for me. Lady Eloise dropped from special weight to 11, finished second. Drops from 11 to a nickel. Our outrider, Kimmy Rogers, did a great job catching this filly when she came out of the chute riderless last week. Back in here, I think she makes a lot of sense against this bunch. Really have a lot to say. The 4, Our Reward. She's made 4 starts here, a couple of second place finishes. She tried to speed pop them last time to no avail at 7-5. She was behind Shishi Shadow that day. And then I round things out with the 10, Shishi Shadow, who just got beat when dropping to this level by a length and a half as the second choice. We'll see if she rebounds and gets the job done here. As your slight favorite, 8, 4, 10. That's way too big of a price on Our Reward, if you ask me. Back Monday, big day Monday, the Claiming Series Finals. 3 stakes, including the New York Breeders' Futurity, the Zweigels, the Sodas. Lots going on Monday. First post 1 o'clock. Those PPs will be up tomorrow after 6:30, if not sooner. Keep checking FingerLakesGaming.com. We will talk to you then. Let's go, Mets! Post times in a minute. 1 minute. As the sun comes out, the field for race 8 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time as we wrap the week here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. War Terminatrix. First to load, here's Brooklyn Rosie. Hidden War Dance goes forward. Looks to give Heeman Harkey a hat trick on the day. Pay close to $100 if she does. Our Reward goes in. Here's Flora Rose. Crystal gets a little bit of a jogging start into the starting gate. Here's Lady Eloise, who's taking some late money. I'm a lot of lady goes in. Here's Shishi Shadow, your current favorite. Last to load is Frankie C. They're in the gate. And they're off in the finale. I'm a lot of lady for the lead. There's Our Reward chasing between rivals after a little bit of a slow start. Lady Eloise rushes up. Along the rails, Hidden War Dance. Far outside, that's Shishi Shadow. Along the inside in sixth is War Terminatrix. Then we come back to the duo of Crystal and Brooklyn Rosie. And at the back of the pack is Flora Rose. She also has Frankie C behind her. 23 flat the opening quarter. Our Reward and Lady Eloise duke it out. Hidden War Dance begins to backpedal. Amalada Lady begins to go forward. So too does War Terminatrix. From the outside and the back, Shishi Shadow's underway. Following that move is Flora Rose as the field's past the quarter pole. 3 across the track. Our Reward, Lady Eloise. Amalada Lady just put her head in front through a half in 47 and 2. Off the turn and into the stretch. Amalada Lady looking to give Rachel Sells 2 on the card. Down the center of the track, here comes She Shadow, battling on is Lady Eloise. It's still Amalada Lady, She Shadow, and along the rail, Lady Eloise, She Shadow, Lady Eloise, She Shadow gets to Amalada Lady, She Shadow won the finale by a half length. Then it was Amalada Lady. It was tight for third, Flora Rose, and Lady Eloise in 1:14 and 4. Photos all around. Hold all tickets. Ten, Shishi Shadow first. 9, Amalada Lady second. 5, Flora Rose third. 8, Lady Eloise fourth. 10-9, 5-8. Unofficial in race 8. Making her way into the winner's circle for the first time is the number 10, Shishi Shadow. She is a 3-year-old daughter of Buchero and of the elusive quality mare, Eluding. Shishi Shadow is owned by Jeffrey Englehart, trained by Chris Englehart, winning rider Andre Worry. Race 8's official. $2 double, 6, 10, 15 even. $2 exact at 10, 9, 20 bucks. 50-cent try, 10, 9, 5, 39, 75. 10-cent super, 10, 9, 5, 8, $25 and 40 cents. 50-cent pick 3, 3, 6, 10, 5.95. 50-cent pick 4, 5, 3, 6, 10, 158 even. 50-cent pick 5, 2, 5, 3, 6, 10, 238.50. Nobody pick 6, 5 of 6, $24.20. Pick 6 carryover, $728 into Monday's fantastic card. That wraps up the live racing portion of the day and week here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Simulcasting remains open. Casino's open till 4 a.m. First Toast Monday for our biggest day of the year, highlighted by the New York Breeders' Futurity, is 1 p.m. Until then, on behalf of the management and staff here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, and myself, your track announcer and handicapper, the Big A, Anthony Stabile, I'd like to thank you for joining us today and this week. We'll see you on Monday at 1 p.m. Until then, please arrive home or wherever you're going safely. Have a great night, and let's go Mets!